Welcome back to the Will Studios. I'm doing something a little bit different today. I'll turn on this light so I can be seen. And let's share my screen. I'm going to do something a little different today. I'm not going to draw right now. I need to get my mind right, okay? And part of how I'm going to do this, number one, I'm going to play some Go. Most of you don't know what the hell Go is, all right? Maybe you can learn with me today. I'm going to have one of these Cycling Frog THC seltzers, which I haven't touched weed in a while, so we'll see how that goes for me. And because I don't want to subject any actual people to any to me right now, I want a nice warm up. Maybe I'll play 2 matches. We'll see. Let's pick this 13th Q bot. When I was actively playing, I was like a 10th Q at best. So live game play.
Game started.
So this is Go. Let's I want to turn off the dang. Yeah, Zen mode. There we go. So Go is played on a 19 by 19 grid with black and white stones, and we're competing for territory here. Looks like I'm white. We're going to start on the outside. And I'm going to mind wrestle this computer. All right? Come on, hurry up. Man, hopefully I can play Go. Nominations. Okay. Block that. Okay, here we go. Now it's playing against me. So these star points are kind of the typical moves you make in the opening. You're going to, well, I guess it just helps you navigate a little bit. There's nine star points. I'm just going to go on the lower left here. He went off of the star point in the lower right, and he did like a large knight's move there first. So he's trying to capture this corner. Because I went on the star points, it's likely that he's going to take those corners. Like this. Like I could go in here, and now we're building walls. It's been so long since I played. So if I go here, that's really defensive, right? Because then he would be incapable of invading, you see. When I surround pieces, they disappear, and I own the territory. But I don't want to do that. I want to make a bigger move for more territory. I'm going to jump out here into the middle. Ooh, you see what he did there? That bastard! I can't let him take the corner. Now I have to go there. That was some horse shit. So now this structure up here in the upper right, I'm not going to die, okay? But I didn't exactly capture very well. He decided to go on C4, which is atypical. These AIs are constantly learning, and I'm way out of date with my information. Hmm. Can I do anything with D4? Here, I'll extend. Go is one of those games, like I said, I gotta focus the mind. I haven't played this game in forever. So it's like I gotta relearn how to think in a way. I'm wondering if F4 and D4 are dead already. Or what's the plan? What's the plan? And this is why Go is important. Because it reminds you to just think about what the hell you're doing. You know, every move needs to make sense. Right now, we got this line on the third, the number 3 line down here. He's got 4 pieces lined up. And so he's gaining strength. Okay. And what the hell are we doing? We're getting fucked right now. And maybe you don't see it, but I see it. This is such a sloppy fucking game on my part. Like, I made that C1 move just to make sure that I'm going to live. Just because. And I'm like, what am I going to make of those stones? These 3 stones. They're practically in his backyard. You know, he's got all this space right here. Baloney. He's directing himself out, and of course he's going to cut there. Knew it. What's the plan? Because he's just gonna, if I keep extending these 2 stones here on that 15th line, he's just gonna chase me all the way down. Terrible. Now, is it possible I'm going to get all that territory in the upper left, or is he just effing with me? It's just killing me. Thank God. So, if you look at this structure on the right, you can tell I have plenty, like, there's no room for him to invade over here. So, that territory is pretty solid. Okay? And I need to capitalize on that. I need to break up his shape because he's got too much mojo right now. These stones over here on the left aren't doing anything. There's no plans for him. What's the plan? Only have 30 fucking seconds? Are you serious? I used to be so good, or at least I felt like I was. Compared to the way I am now, I used to be so good. Could I survive over there? And I survived. There we go. Those guys are alive. Can I save the others? Can I save the others? Oh, shit. Well, he's trying to trick me. Are they going to survive? Are those 3 stones going to survive? Or can I use them to leverage a little bit and maybe create life down there? Ugh. Way to go, bud. Getting effed. I'll do that. It's bad shape. Hmm. Hmm. Sometimes you got to realize when it's a losing battle, you know. It's another important lesson in Go. Lots of important lessons. Oh, fuck. Oh, well. I'm losing this one. That's fine. I just hope this AI is smart enough to know that it's not going to, like, keep making moves. Oh, fuck. I think the game's pretty much over.
Pass. 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 Black wins.
Of course, black wins. By how many points does black win? By 13 points, that's it? So that actually wasn't a terrible game. Not horrible. Made a bunch of mistakes. Let's rematch.
Game started.
Nobody's watching me right now. Why is he doing that move? Because the 3-3, the C3 is the typical, like, invasion right there. If I do this shape down here, lion's mouth, what's he going to do? So now I own that corner. I got these three guys over here. I'm just going to do this shape there. What's the plan with those two? How does he react? So he comes around the outside. Am I too close to this other structure? Is a question. Typical AI. Got you, fucker. Really? Sometimes I think they make intentional mistakes like that right there. Oh, that dickhead. Before he moved, well, shit. I'm actually really upset about that. The hell, man? Why you gotta be mean? He knew what I was doing. He knew. Those guys are not going to survive. But can I use them? Come on, why are you going there, dude? course. What are the odds that those guys could survive? Is there any hope? One thing you gotta you gotta recognize hopeless situations. That's what Go teaches you to do. It teaches you to recognize hopeless situations, look for opportunities to attack. I actually feel like I'm doing okay here. Like weaseling my way into his territory a bit, just eating it up. And I feel like I'm gonna win this actually. Shit. I just lost that corner. I actually lost it earlier than that. I lost it as soon as he decided to go there. Went there, and then he just took the corner. Fuck. He's got 27. God.
Pass.
Bro, no. Nah, bro.
Byo-yomi. Pass. 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 Pass.
Is it gonna give me the...
You have won.
Hey, I win. I shouldn't have won, though. Hold on. Hold on a second. Yeah, because as soon as he went there, I would have gone there. And then he would have gone somewhere to try and bust me up, maybe. I don't know. Anyway. It thinks I won. I really lost, but I'll take it. That felt good. Let's get back to drawing. What's up, Will? It's Dylan. How have you been? You fighting a bot right now? You might win. I look like... Oh, dang. Someone was watching. Dude, I had my first comment on a live stream. That's nice. It doesn't even show me that anyone's watching me. Anyway, let's get back to drawing. I have a comic book to make. All right. Share that. And that's right. I was looking at pictures. I'm pretty much done. I'm back over here. Back to page 10 of release. Let's focus on the purpose in life. Making comic books. Making this shit work. I got my robot. I started working on him that last live stream. It felt good to play Go a little bit. I was thinking earlier, someone mentioned the Art of War. And it instantly got me thinking, I have not played an actual, thinking game in a long fucking time. Now what I gotta do is I gotta remind myself of what this guy actually looks like. So let's capture him from this other panel. Copy him. Copy that layer. I'm actually going to bring him over here for reference. Because I had already kind of decided what this guy was going to look like. And I'm deviating from the design. Yeah, I gave him like a... these here. Hell yeah, I'm making a comic book. Been working on this thing for a while now. This is the scene. This is page 10, where it's like the setup for everything, right? So you have all the main characters converging on this street for the event that's going to tie them all together. So thankfully, I only have to draw this guy for the first 27 pages, and then he gonna explode. He's gonna explode and kick some shit off. I wish it actually showed me that there was a person watching, because I see the messages, but I don't see the little number 1 up here. It's whatever. I'm still figuring out YouTube. I'm figuring it all out. I'm technically incompetent, but it'll all come together. I'll just learn slowly. Fuck is texting me. Whatever. I'm gonna finish the first 27 pages is like the first big hook to the story, and that's what I'm gonna use to promote it. And then it'll be on Indiegogo or Fund My Comic. Fund My Comic is a relatively new platform, but they seem all right. It seems like they're the least likely to like kick me for arbitrary reasons. It seems like a lot of creators have a hard time keeping their campaigns active. Like they'll randomly get taken down for no good reason. And the guy that runs Fund My Comic is active on Twitter, and I can actually like interact with him, I feel like. So the first issue, the full first issue, the one that backers are going to get, is going to be like 90 to 100 pages, because I want to round out the origin story for the actual main character, and give people a real feel for the world that I've been dreaming up this whole time. And then I'll have all kinds of add-ons like the making of and the freaking journey. Because just for the past 8 years since I started writing this thing, it really has been just back and forth where it's like I'm not good enough yet, and now I'm like barely okay enough to, I feel like, get this thing out. But I got to maintain the right mentality. I got to remind myself that, Jack Kirby produced like 3 comic books a month, and people read them and enjoyed them, and they didn't look spectacular. They looked, they had energy. It doesn't need to be perfect. I struggle with trying to make something that looks like what I'm imagining, but I gotta be real with it. Eventually I want people to like make costumes and stuff. Like I want I think people are really gonna like this. I want, that first 27 pages is really gonna prove that I know how to create a good story, which is rare in the independent comic book space right now, from what I've been exposed to. Is that really what his feet are going to look like? I'll come back to that in a second. Let's focus on the lady getting on the bus here, because she's important too. I was in the planning stages of this book for about 8 years. Before I had an epiphany, and then the story just came out of me. And right now I'm working on the script for the second issue while I'm working on the artwork for this one. I'm stopping myself from redoing her outfit too, because I'm sitting here. I ended up making her outfit kind of like JoJo inspired. This thing takes place in 2056, and I imagine, right now, grown-ups dress like they're 6 years old. I walk out of the house and I'm wearing jeans and a cartoon t-shirt with a fucking mustache. Like I'm a grown man, but I'm 12. And so I want her wearing something that's kind of inspired by what they would consider like, a classic cartoon. So it's like a nice leather jacket, but it's got like the bangles from like JoJo. So I'm not doing like anything overt. I don't think I'll ever get like sued for that sort of stuff, but she'll have a collection of outfits that are kind of like video game inspired or whatever. Yeah. Um, I also got to remind myself that this is going to be like that big. I don't need to make it like insanely perfect, detailed. Because, like, that foot looks like shit, but it's going to be, you know, no one's looking at that. And I'll come back and make it look better in a minute. I'll try to define the bus that she's stepping up onto. I have to do everything. I remember stressing out about this bus when I was doing the underdrawing. Like, how do its doors open and stuff like that. Oh well, I'm going to bounce off of that and just keep working on figures. This guy's going to be riding a hoverboard because we have hovercrafts in 2056. But this will be the page where the robot's going to get on the bus and sit down next to Hayden. Hayden's my MC. Damn, this stuff works, man. That sounds kind of cool. We're in a bit of a Cold War right now. Just, you know, everybody's at war. I'm drinking this stuff, this THC seltzer, and it is definitely starting to take effect. I might just completely lose it. You know what? Fuck it. Let's draw the Hulk or something. Or, you know, you want me to draw something? I'm just going to start drawing the Hulk unless you have a good idea. If you're going to be chilling with me. Yeah, my MC, he is like an everyday person who gets just sucked into the plot because that robot's gonna blow up and hide inside of him to escape the superhero, who I was gonna name him like the Silver Guardian, or I was trying to come up with a damn name because there's a silver and a red one, and they're two AI autonomous android superheroes that were invented by sort of the most prominent technology company in the world, in my world, because they were sort of responsible for most of the technological sort of revolution that's been going on. Man, let's actually plan this out better. Let's get a paintbrush, right? And because I did a Spider-Man time lapse. And so I want to do more time lapses to get more people to come take a look at my page. It's got to be recognizable characters. And the Hulk's easy because, and fun because you're just drawing muscles. And I can draw it while I'm getting high on this seltzer. Part of the reason I stopped smoking weed and stuff to begin with is because I was making this comic book and I had to be productive. But today was just stressful. So I picked up these ciders on the way out. Can you believe they made the Hulk into like a smart Asian kid in the comic book? They're that far out of ideas. Like there's no downside anymore to being the damn Hulk. He's having like fun being the Hulk. The Hulk should be extra stressful. Yeah, really. You got a name for my hero? I think they're just out of ideas at Marvel and DC, man. The name Uriel? No, it needs to be like a strong name. It needs to be because these machines were like designed and put out there to be sort of the Earth's protect. Like there's a lot of marketing. There's like the marketing and the reality, right? Which is how I'm kind of going to frame this thing, where there's not a crazy amount of things for them to do. They end up like cleaning up the planet. They have telekinetic capabilities. So they're really just flying commercials for this company, but also their mere existence sends a message to governments around the world where it's like, we can pretty much take over whenever we want. We have the apex entities on the planet, right? So I'll have a scene where some government representative tries to like shut them down but realizes that he can't, because I'll have the whole political side of it where the guy who runs the company kind of has everybody in his back pocket. Sorry, I'm like going off on tangents. I'm like excited to explain some things. It'll be a lot clearer when you read it. Because part of the nucleus of the story was, okay, how does the balance of power shift when you have a real life like superhero on the planet that can literally just take out an army, stop missiles in midair? They have telekinesis that's so advanced that there's like nothing you can do to them. How would a government react to that being around? They would want to have some sort of assurance that they could shut it down if it's a robot. But it's also like, what happens when technology reaches a point where you don't really even need people around? Like, if people at the top decide, okay, we only need like 50,000 of us and the rest of us can go away, the rest of us can be managed out of the environment, so to speak. The Boys shows the reality of when people get superpowers, because their vices come to the surface and their egos take control, which is, they do that really well. I haven't seen the new season. I only saw the last season I saw was with Soldier Boy. I heard the new season kind of falls off the rails a little bit. Kind of goes. But I had this idea, like, okay, if Elon Musk like had invented a robot, how many people would have a problem with it? Like one that was as powerful as what I'm describing. Dude, and The Deep is hilarious. And the other thing is, The Boys, it's cool and all, but it is derivative of like what came before. Like The Deep is obviously a fucked up Aquaman, Homelander's a fucked up Superman, so on. and it's like deconstructing superheroes. And I really wanted to make my own thing. I really wanted to make heroes and stuff that were not derivative of what came before. Hell, why don't I draw? Well, I'm bouncing around too much. Part of me's like, maybe I should just draw Homelander. That would probably get more views. Who should Homelander be fighting here? That thing is a tank, but it's also like full of flaws. Like I read about the accelerator pedal slips up. Like you have to anchor it down, otherwise you might get stuck in like an accelerating position. And then there's the whole the fact that it was brushed stainless steel, so it literally will rust if you don't take care of it. It seems like he has cool ideas and then just goes for it, and it either works out or it doesn't. Like the SpaceX is doing well, I think, and the regular Teslas were pretty cool. Yeah, can't put it through a car wash. But my guy, I'm naming him Mr. Decillion, okay? And he's kind of like if Elon Musk mixed with like Walt Disney, because he created anti-gravity technology. Well, he didn't do it. His business partner created the anti-gravity technology. His business partner, who died before the beginning of the show, he actually was the inventor, and Mr. Decillion is more of an idea man / promotion guy. So the anti-gravity technology was invented with this unique wonder material that nobody can replicate after the dude died. And so he's got a floating city with, and there is a theme park on the floating city. Like the floating city is massive, right? So he's got a theme park up there, and that kind of is like his base of operations. Kind of like Walt Disney. Didn't he live in the castle? He lived in Cinderella's castle, right? But that's the case here with Mr. Decillion's got his headquarters up there. He pulls the strings. Do I need a reference for Homelander real quick? Hold on a second. Homelander. Yeah, okay. I've actually gotten really comfortable with using just the flat paintbrush to do like a bunch of stuff. I'm still evolving. Okay. but I came up with like the bones of this story years ago. Because I was like, what would I do if I had superpowers? What would I do if I had telekinesis? And number one, like watching One Piece kind of taught me how to take an idea for a power and like maximize it. Watching like One Piece and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, you can have like you maximize the potential of your ability, right? So if you have telekinesis, you should have just like a force field around you at all times, that sort of thing. You can fly, you can mimic super strength, so it's like you can convince people that you have super strength, you can convince people that you have powers that you don't, because you expand the one power that you have, right? And then that idea just evolved because I'm like, man, if I had telekinesis, I would have a kick-ass helmet, right? And I would find a backer. I would find like an investor who would fund me, right? And then I would keep my identity secret and just do whatever the fuck I want, you know? And nothing can hurt me. That's the way to go. And so now it's I have my own version of like Vought, basically, that created these two superhero units before the one guy died / was murdered. Part of the plot. Put down blue layer, screen it in. And draw our Hitler Youth Superman up here. He makes things out of the metal that is in his blood, or does that metal affect the metal that is around him? And he's like Magneto. Yeah, that nose looks stupid. Let's do an actual underdrawing for his face here, frame it out. Like for it to actually look good and not just a scribble. But I also want to be able to draw so fast that I can just scribble it out and it'll look good. I'll get there eventually. There's other like, it reminds me of another indie comic that I saw where it's like about metal in the blood. What the fuck was it? I should read it. I should look it up before I start talking about it. Yeah. Right now I'm just making shapes until I find some shit that looks okay or works. Shrink down to 3. Stop being super zoomed in like that. Oh. Did you ever watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Dylan? I want to say it's season 5 or 4. They run into a metal guy who can manipulate the iron in your blood, and so like people just start coughing up nails and stuff. And then he uses that ability to camouflage himself. The kind of cool thing about JoJo is that you don't have the seasons stand alone. So that one's from Golden Wind. Yeah, it's from Golden Wind. So he's got like those panels coming down off his shoulder into his deltoid there. I can make the eagles look a little cooler, I think. Let's throw that into the underdrawing. Mm-hmm. And the metal has its origins and stuff like that. I'm assuming. Central to the plot, so to speak. In mine, it's like he creates this wonder material that can manipulate the energy that binds everything together. Because it's like, I don't want to just do like electromagnetic fields. I want it to be deeper than that. I want it to be way more complex than that. And then part of the plot is like the people who work for this company are just trying to replicate it, trying to replicate the method of tuning metal so that it can actually manipulate this thing. Mm-hmm. Now, if they are ignition company, they drive cars. Is there an engine aspect to this? Or is it just called that because it's provocative? I'd hate to think I'm just drawing him standing there, you know? Do something real disappointing and start all over again. And this time he's got to be choking somebody. This time Homelander's got his hand on somebody's throat, and maybe it's even somebody from like another universe or something. I don't know. because the silhouette was too boring on that other picture. Metal ships. I only have 2 abilities thought out in my comic book. There's the telekinesis, and then there's the just outright destruction, right? So if you ever saw Full Metal Alchemist, what was the name of those people? But the destruction guy, the guy, he had the alchemy circles all over his arm, and just whatever he touched, he just blew up, right? So that's the other ability. He's like, maybe he's like trying to reach up to. And he's got to be smiling. Homelander, see, now that I have Homelander doing something, I can draw him smiling. He's not just standing there like a fucking portrait or something. You know what I mean? Because he really should be looking down on people at all times. Okay. Cosmic event. Did you ever watch any of the Terrence Howard stuff? I feel like I need to like be my own little, like, the science doesn't really add up, but it sounds good. That's what we need. That's all we need. I'm gonna have to like go back and rewatch that Joe Rogan episode with him and Eric Weinstein, just so I can pick up some words to use, because I'm always updating the script. Like, until it's published, the script is just continuously being updated, where it's like, okay, these words sound a little better than what I had. Really just scribbling and making decisions right now, like where the shadow is going to go. Who deserves to get choked? Should I do Superman's gay son getting choked? Since they keep reinventing Superman to try to get the rights away from the shoes. Like, Superman's constantly in freaking legal gray area. Poor John Kent, his little K-pop boyfriend. But God bless DC for trying, So much has been done with those guys over the years. Like, I know everyone like blames wokeness and stuff, and by everybody I mean the handful of YouTubers that I sometimes listen to. But I have no fucking clue what I would do with Superman. Try and make him relevant. Like, the best shit's already been done. It's like barely not going to be able to reach Homelander. For any factions, well, if you're on yeah, the best stories are when he's a villain. Those are the most compelling ones right now, because people just, he's boring when he's it's fun watching him be Homelander, In reality, I would, like, in my mind, Superman is emotionally mature enough where if Joker bombs a building and kills Lois and Lois is freaking pregnant, I would grieve. Superman would not haul off and start murdering fucking people. You know what I mean? He was raised by good parents. He's an emotionally mature dude, but for some reason, in the comic books, it's like he just can't handle loss. He's like, I can't handle it. I can't come to grips with Lois. He killed Lois. Oh my god. How fucking could he? Better murder all my friends, right? But it's fun. Injustice is fun. And it's an alternate Superman. It's not like our Superman, right? So in this universe, he drank too much city water. Yeah, let me lobotomize Billy Batson. Shazam. Like, goddamn, dude. Like, the writers had fun with it, I know DC's doing like a absolute DC now, like they're doing their own Ultimate, and now Batman's basically going to be like the Punisher, right? Because he's not a billionaire anymore. He's like an engineer. He's fighting crime. He's like a huge, thick, like looking dude. Which I get the logic there. They want to have someone who like believably would fuck up whoever he came across unless that person had superpowers, right? Just lands on somebody, he weighs like 300 pounds. So I'm going to end up buying those just so I can like review them on the channel and just see what they're trying to do. Jonathan has more like modern hairstyle, I want to say. He's going to have kind of like a mop of hair, I think. And no, I'm not looking up a reference for him. And it should look messed up anyway because he's getting fucked up by Homelander. Billy Butcher's dog dies. Poor thing. Wasn't that he had a bulldog, right? Those things are prone to death, I think, aren't they? I had a coworker of mine who she came in one day and she's like, oh, the dog died. And I'm like, how did the dog die? And it's like they like just got this little pug, right? And she described how it died. It was in the car and he was like having breathing problems, right? And so they're on their way to the vet. They're on the way to the vet, and then he literally just like like blood, like dead. Like he sneezed himself to death in the back seat in the kid's lap, like her 9-year-old boy, And I couldn't help but laugh, man. I'm sorry. Like if I saw that, if I was the dad in the front seat, Maybe my initial reaction would be like, oh, geez. Pull off to the side of the road. Like, fucking blood all over my car. Stop crying. God damn it. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah. That's why I got a German Shepherd, you know. He's a hardy boy. Look upon it. Be like, listen, son. This was actually a gift. This tragedy is a gift. Every tragedy is a gift, okay? To harden your soul against what's going to happen eventually. Because worse shit is going to happen to you, son. Okay? Way worse shit's going to happen to you. This episode brought to you by Cycling Frog THC Seltzer. I'm sorry, son. I'm sorry we bought you a defective fucking dog. Okay? Let's get a golden retriever. All right? Yeah. Like, what are we doing? So did Billy Butcher's dog sneeze himself to death, or did somebody, like, kill him? Dan Mora is a goddamn genius. And if I could steal some of his, like, mana, because it's like he's just got a equation in his head. I feel like he's, like, a great artist is basically an AI, I think. Because they can just go, you know. Alien dude killed him. Fuck. Dan Moore is doing a Justice League Unlimited, like from the animated show. Oh, the absolute line. Someone, by someone I mean the internet, told me, like, that, is it Global Comics that has all the boys episodes or the issues of the comic book? That's like a new YouTube side hustle that I see people doing, is they're just taking old classic comic books and making little 2-minute shorts. And they're like, did you know there was a different form of Compound V in the comic books? And it just made him super strong? I didn't know that, YouTube. I didn't actually read the boys' comic books. Yeah, Black Noir, in the original comic book, he was a clone of Homelander. And he was actually the one doing like a lot of the bad stuff that Homelander would get heat for. He was like, the real villain is Black Noir. They definitely improved things for the show, I think. Like Jason Eccles as Soldier Boy, like that version of Soldier Boy was freaking awesome. In the comic book, he was like pissing his pants. He was just like a shitty Steve Rogers. Mm-hmm. Like getting Carl Urban to be Billy Butcher was like genius. I keep seeing TikToks where it's like, "Oi, Homelander done nicked me boy, killed me wife, raped and murdered my wife. Now we gotta go get him." Oi, Huey, Homelander done fucked my wife, stole my son. Because the comic book was just all about taking the piss out of, the established superhero canon. So Soldier Boy was insignificant. Like, I guess Stormfront was Homelander's actual father in the comic book, and Stormfront was a dude. He was like a legit Nazi, like villain guy. I keep seeing this like screenshot of him with like a Queen Maeve looking character and with holding like a black kid. Like, I don't know how he turned it black. I must have African ancestry. I was watching in living color when he was conceived, so it makes sense. It makes sense that he turned out that way. Mm-hmm. Homelander done fucked my wife. I've never actually read a comic book with John in it, like John Kent. I think it was Matt there that told me that he's actually a pretty okay character. But I just see him like on YouTube, like they'll pull up some panels where he's just like on the phone in like a bubble bath or something, or he's like on his pink-haired boyfriend's in a bubble bath and he's talking to him, oh well. And then in the background, like buildings are exploding. And it's like, hey, maybe go save those people. But there's like low stakes. That's what, like, if there's one thing that like annoys me about a lot of modern superhero writing, they take all the tension out of it. There's not allowed to be any tension. People are like, well, time to go save the city. Buildings are falling down. Just another day in Metropolis. What are we gonna eat today, Kevin? I don't know his fucking name. What's John's boyfriend's name? You listen to Ethan Van Sciver, he's like, it's because you're putting ladies in charge of shit. They can't write for men. They can't write male power fantasies. They want to write about them going shopping and drinking boba, because that's what they do in their spare time. I miss when Superman could physically not have kids with a human being. Like, he's not Omni-Man, right? Omni-Man will have kids with literally anything. Wait, what is your mouth? You're getting choked. Superman should have the opposite problem, where it's like he has humanity, from his parents, from being raised the way that he was, but he's never gonna be human. I think if I wrote a Superman story, it would kind of be about like him wanting to be human, wanting to be able to have a family, but can't do it. Can't do it because, as it turns out, Kryptonian cum is acid, or as it turns out, freaking Kryptonian dicks get too big for female vaginas, or like, I wouldn't give him a little penis, that'd be really fucked up if I was just kind of like all this tension between Superman and Lois, and then she's like, "Ooh." In a teen, and they made Lois somewhat dark skinned. I did notice My Adventures with Superman, I think is what you're talking about there, Duke. I have not given it a chance. And I saw like a random TikTok that was comparing, like, whoever writes that show essentially wrote the exact same character in a different show and made that her Lois Lane, right? Like, it's another, like, oh, she's quirky and fun, and I'm like, okay, so you're just self-inserting? What's going on? But I also saw like Superman's costume, like they're bringing his boots up above his kneecap, They're trying. He doesn't have a mullet, right? God damn it. I'm going to have to look this up. John Kent. Superman. Oh, look how pretty he is. He's a pretty boy. He's so handsome. I'd let him suck my dick. But let's get rid of the center part there. suck your balls out through your dick with my super breath, my super suction. So let's have it. You know, there's another, I don't know if you know who Yellow Flash is. He's another YouTuber. But he's making a Power Ranger in World War II right now. You do a Vietnamese. Wait a minute. Is that Dylan like my freaking... I know several Dylans. Wait, who's the Duke? Do I know the Duke? It'd be amazing if it was a random person that I actually don't know. This is the first live stream anyone's actually been tuning in and interacting with me, so that's nice. But we'll see. I'll if his comic book is reasonably priced, I'll get it so I can review it. Oh, dude, awesome. I got my, I got my first non-coworker that I conned into freaking subscribing to me. You just did wonders for my ego, Duke. Thank you. I'm improving gradually. Yeah, you got to study that anatomy. I started, when I started the channel, I was doing little tutorials. But I haven't done that in a little while. They should have legs, right? Let's put John's knee up here. And then his other leg can be coming down. And then Homelander is in a more dominant stance. And then which way should the wind be blowing? This way? That way? Let's go this way. Let's have... Because capes are basically like wind socks, you know? Yeah, maybe I should crack another one of these THC seltzers. They legalized marijuana in Ohio. I gotta wait till Labor Day. before I can just walk into a store and buy it. But they've already started selling these at the bar near where I work, so. Swung through there and picked one up. Picked two up. Between Homelander and Omni-Man, Omni-Man has way more experience fighting similarly powered individuals, so I'm going to go with Omni-Man. But Omni-Man does not have any ranged attacks. So depending on the situation, Homelander might run out of energy with his heat vision trying to keep Omni-Man from beating the fuck out of him. But I think Omni-Man would win. Unless there's some information out there that shows like what's the stat sheet, like what's the official max speed power of these characters so that we can actually compare them. But power scaling is tough. Power scaling is absolutely it's hard to do. I used to spend hours doing it on good old comic book resources forums. Freaking arguing about Superman fighting Goku. Because who in the boys... The one time Homelander fought someone who was about the same strength level as him, he got his ass kicked, didn't he? In the TV show anyway, like Soldier Boy was able to take him out. Or did he overpower Soldier Boy? It was like a team effort, right? With Soldier Boy, Maeve. I might have to rewatch The Boys. Because that's when Maeve got him in the ear with the pen. Yeah. So I might be severely underestimating Homelander's strength. But Omni-Man, I think, could take him. My bet would be on Omni-Man. Just because of battle experience. Purely battle experience. Unless Homelander just outclasses him in durability or strength. Does Homelander have a belt? Where am I at? If I was smart, I would save like one of these pictures. Yes, he has a belt. I think the eagles look stupid on this costume. In the comic book, he had these like big Judge Dredd style eagles. Yeah, Soldier Boy overpowers him, but it's a team effort with Billy. I kind of want this costume. How much? God damn! I don't have $170 though. That's good though. That's a pretty sweet costume. I would have to buy what? Boots sold separately? The 170 doesn't count. Oh, there it goes. There's the boots. Give him that circle belt buckle. Let's widen that stance a little bit. This is like, sometimes you find angles to legs and you got to sit here and like noodle it through. This is one of those moments. I'm going to put the eagles on a new layer. I'm going to make these, I'm going to ghost these other layers a little more. Let's think about the eagles. Because you basically... Homelander costume. Come here, you. Comic. Not coming. Comic. Okay, he really did have like the Judge Dredd style, like just the eagle sitting there. Okay. Should I give him the chains? Do my own take on the eagle. Because I don't necessarily like the whole body being there, but I do kind of like the wings. Should look like a mean eagle. Yeah, let's give him the chains. I kind of want the general shape of it to be like that, you know. I guess that's where that looks kind of cool. I would want to move his head back a little bit. Give the eagle some space. Ooh. Just a little bit, angle it like that. That's better. Starting to look all right, maybe. I gave him the chains. If I gave him the chains, I'm also going to make his cape come down like over his shoulder, right? Like I'd kind of have to. At that point, I would want it to be like the cape would puff up and like kind of go around him maybe. Or what's the cape doing? Because the cape behaves a certain way if it's coming off of his back, and it's going to behave a different way if it's coming off his shoulder. So let's give it more wind. Let's say that it's going to connect from here to here, right? And then maybe it's billowing out behind him. The cape should frame the action somewhat. So I do feel like it should be going kind of in this direction. You discover the gaps in your imagination, when you can't quite picture exactly how it. Man, that cape makes him look way like grander, like the TV show's definitely less ostentatious, I should say, than the comic book. I feel like since I'm still thinking so much out, I'm going to be, this will all turn back into an underdrawing, and then I'm going to come over it with black. Wait, he had a belt too, right? I'm just going to say yeah. Homelander done choked my gay son. Fucked Lois. Now I gotta kill the Justice League. Become a villain. I'm just going to settle on that sort of shape for the billowing of the cape there. That way I'm just not overthinking it. Just settle on the first thing that looks kind of cool, you know? Zoom out, decide how I want this to go. Should eyes be like glowing? Maybe. That arm's way too big. I liked it when I first drew it, but it is just a little too big. He is a boy, after all. He's a growing young Kryptonian. See if I can keep what I liked about it while making him a little more reasonably proportioned. Make his fingers look a little bit more desperate up here. Hair's going to need to be just a little bit poofier and swoopier. And cheat him in a little bit too. Because how does that make sense? Well, it doesn't need to make total sense. Looking cool is more important. All right. Generic city background. Eventually, I'll put like the horizon line, like out here. some buildings over here. And I'll do some clouds. So the closest building would be like here, maybe. Stack a couple boxes on one another. Just a 1 point. No, I'll do 2 point. Let's do a 2 point perspective here. And this can be an apartment. I like to think about like, what are these buildings? So like, what the hell is this place? I don't know. I want to have a roof here that has room for people on it so that I can have a couple of them gathered like on at the corner trying to see what's going on, because obviously they would want to see what's going on. Yeah, but like so like a friend of mine lived at an apartment building where you go up to the roof and there's like a whole lounge area up there, right? Like I live in a house. I live in freaking house built in the 80s. But these city dwellers, man, they got to come up with new ways to hang out, I guess. They're living on top of one another. I've been kind of like brainstorming. It's good to brainstorm like building designs, like building logic, you know. So this building back here, would have like, here would be like windows, and then it'll have like a thicker concrete frame around it. So then this would be more like an office building. And then this one would be like apartments. So it'll have this upper lounge area. But does it need this box up top at that point? I'll make that box a little shorter. That way it's like, okay, that's where there's an internal area where people can congregate or have business meetings or whatever. And then on the outside, there will be like rows of like couches or whatever, like patio furniture. And then down here on this side of the building, I can put like a row of balconies. And I'll think, okay, there's one apartment on like the north side and the south side, and like one hallway going that way. So maybe 4 large apartments per level. Yeah, right. Rich people, am I right? And I need like a couple of distinctive taller buildings back here to round out the look of the skyline. Yeah, people that have money are a different breed, you know? And I think they get bored easily. Like, I work at a restaurant and I'm constantly seeing, it's like, so what's the best thing on the menu? How do I feel alive for 30 minutes during my meal? Yeah. And I'm so tempted, like I'm resisting any AI stuff, but like I saw people use Blender extensions to just generate buildings, and I'm like, if only I was comfortable being that lazy. If it didn't eat me alive to be that lazy, and I could just crack open an AI like thing. We're in Metropolis, right? So all I got to do is put a globe somewhere for, ooh, you know what? Maybe this building right here. Hold on a second. Get rid of the drawing assistant on this one. Maybe this building is the Daily Planet. No, that's not the Daily Planet's got to be like a classic Art Deco like tower. Maybe that one will be over here. The Daily Planet. Have they done a storyline where the Daily Planet go? They must have, right? The Daily Planet must have gone out of business a couple of times. Because isn't the New York Times going out of business? Yeah. That would be part of my storyline. It's like, we need to do something to sell these papers. We can't sell the papers, and no one's going to the fucking website, okay? Social media is not helping. Or have Clark Kent just get super pissed at like, this is sensational garbage. It's like, listen, Kent, you barely work, okay? You disappear for weeks on end, Kent. I don't know why you still work here. Why are you still on the payroll? well, I was trapped under a building when Superman fought that thing. And it just took that long for them to dig me out. Damn it, Kent. You're less than worthless sometimes, but you're so fast at typing. See, and that's part of what my comic book is about, because what role does humanity play when AI is, taken over? If you have two, like, it would be bad enough, like, okay, let's say you're in the Boys universe, and you're living in a world with a bunch of soups, and you're like, well, what the fuck is the point of me? We already live in a world where people say, oh, we were born too late to discover anything and then too early to go into space, right? And there's just this general feeling of what is the point, we're searching for meaning. How much harder is it going to be to find that meaning when those superheroes are actually robots with AI personalities and thought processes and stuff, like it's going to get even more hopeless. It's going to be, because at least in the Boys, you can think, well, maybe I could be a soup. Is this one of those apartment buildings that has like the name of the apartment building on the outside of it? I'll put that like right here, maybe. I don't know. The hell is this building? I'll give this building like kind of a. I'll just steal one of the buildings that I see. I live in Columbus, Ohio. Maybe that'll be a cool little Easter egg for people in my comic books, is I'll just steal classic buildings. We'll be like, I recognize that one. Make this one like slanted. For no particular reason. Put maybe a little pyramid skylight on this one. So you're like, what's going on in there? What are they doing on the top floor? That pyramid skylight. All right, let's come back to Homelander and Johnny Kent. What's crazy is I don't think anyone really understands that the AI is actually going to take the skilled jobs before it takes like the artistic jobs. They already have AI that's like better at diagnosing patients than doctors. Like they've run tests. I have definitely seen AI art and I know how it works and it has severe limitations. Yeah. It's AI art is one of those things where it looks good right the more you look at it, the worse it gets because you see more and more that just doesn't make any sense. And then there's no creativity because there's plenty of things that I don't know how to draw that I'm just gonna try to make look cool. But an AI is it's gonna dig through its database and try to mash something together, and like it only looks good at first glance, and then it just like I actually hate this. I gotta draw his thumb like digging in a little bit, you know? Because this doesn't make a ton of sense. If say I'm here, and he's like this, right? Yeah. I hate Oh, right? They're just drawing cute anime chicks with the AI art. I'm like, okay, bud. Yeah, like Shad Brooks was doing that, where he was just he was just making the AI mash together Supergirl composites over and over again with his wife's face on it. And God, that was a trip. I think he's back to doing sword stuff now. He's back to just being like, would this Claymore be able to stop a fucking, I don't know. Which sword is stronger? I get pissed when I see this like the Google Copilot commercial that shows the girl drawing like a cabin, and she's drawn this just like a shape of a cabin, and it's like rendering this cabin built on the edge of a waterfall, like some epic scenery. I'm like, okay, well, let me know when it gets good enough to actually be useful. Because then it's like, okay, I can write way faster than I can draw. I only learned how to draw because I wrote a story. Give him like lip smackers or something. What's his Superman symbol look like? Oh, that's right. He's just got the yellow shape in there. I don't need to worry about doing... People do be wild sometimes. What's the point of that? How does he even put that on? Does it like go on like one of those snap bracelets? Does the red circle do anything? Is it like an alarm that goes off? Is he like Space Ghost? Can he push it and something happens? Or did they just decide he needed a red circle down there? You know, if I were him, I'd have it be another triangle because you're trying to direct, you know, the attention towards your penis. You're supposed, you know, like if I was a, you know, that's what I'd be doing. I'm going to do my own version of it. Yeah. Nah, I'll give him his normal belt buckle. I don't even like the one I'm drawing. Because it's not holding his pants up. What's it doing? I just felt like I should have a red circle down there, man. I should have a red circle on my freaking... Like I stole this from Wonder Woman. I raided Wonder Woman's closet, found one of her old belts. It's who I am, Dad. It's not a phase. Son, I'm disappointed. You know, I could probably use the tablet to make this into a circle that I can manipulate, right? I have the technology. It does. But that fits his character too, you know? Do I have any? I did pick up some Superman comic books a little while ago. Like I went into a comic book shop and I was kind of like, listen, like what's going on with Superman these days? Is it really a gay romance like they say? Like, but I picked up because Riccardo Federici is an artist who has actual talent, and man, if I could steal some of his mana, I'd do it in a heartbeat by whatever means necessary. But he John Kent showed up in that comic book, but he didn't really do much. I didn't really get a feel for his character too much. It's like Superman had been taken to War World because he's fighting Mongol, I guess, again, or he's going on an adventure where he's hanging out with other people that had been taken by Mongol. They gave him pink kryptonite? Fuck does pink kryptonite do? Or is that just what he calls his boyfriend? Because he's got that pink hair. Turns him gay. Damn pink kryptonite's turning our superheroes gay. Gotta work on that. People laugh, but they were putting atrazine, I think was what it was called. Like, and it was turning the frogs into hermaphrodites. And it's a funny clip, but isn't it fucked up that they're putting shit in the water that turns frogs into hermaphrodites? Like, is any of that going into us? Is that what caused the gays? No. I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful how far I take that sort of shit. It is crazy because everyone's like, oh, he's crazy. But it's like that literally was happening. Like when you tell me that the average person in America consumes enough microplastics, like a credit card's worth of microplastics every year, and you know it does things to your hormones, you're telling me that has no effect on people enjoying drag shows? I think it does. Because that shit got popular quick. And I know we're living in like a creativity slump right now. We're really desperate for anything that's kind of interesting. And that kind of fills in the gap for a lot of people. Gay is kind of in, so to speak. I don't know, man. I don't think the microplastics have no effect on it. We just have no idea how much of an effect it has on us, on the feminization of the general population. But hey, I'm not a scientist. I'm just some asshole. Now for these chains, I come in and basically be like, okay, here's where the links are going to go. I get the spacing out. Still kind of working out how to draw things like chains. Like, what if I just do like this? And use that as a guide, right? Because only one side of the chain link is going to be facing us, and the other side is going to be like behind that other chain link. I work with a ton of gay guys, and I asked that question to one of them, and he was just kind of like, "Shut the fuck up, with Jesus Christ." There's always been gay people, Will. We used to get the shit kicked out of us, you know. Like that's there's no rise in gay people. We've always been around. Like, all right, well, you got a point there. There were way less microplastics in the 80s, and there were plenty of gay boys to go around. And you would know because you were gay in the 80s. I gotta think, how much of his muscle is poking through this thing? Because he's got like a muscle suit in the show, and it's like part of his character is that he's actually like skinny under it. Whereas in the comic book, like, freaking everybody's jacked to the gills. But I'll take a little page of Jim Lee's book and just draw like the outer walls of the abs there. And just give like an indication of the abs. Am I remembering correctly that his belt is literally just another smaller eagle? I feel like it should be more like a crest. Yeah. In the comic book, I guess he could have just a square or a triangle there. Is it Soldier Boy's old belt? Oh, okay, yeah. It's like an America eagle. How small would the people even be over here? It's got to be like a little. It'd be like about that size, right? Well, hey, look at that. can I finally draw his face in a way that I'm not just going to want to like move it to the underdrawing again. Because the goal is to get good enough to draw something once. Okay, that's how you get Jim Lee good. Okay. Dude's charging 20 grand for a commission, Jim Lee. And frankly, I don't think he's that good. Like, all told. I used to love him. Growing up, I thought Jim Lee's freaking artwork was incredible. And it's good. It's very dynamic. You know, it has its moments. But especially lately, it's like, anytime I see it, I'm like, I feel like it's the same picture he's drawn a bajillion times. He's drawn all these characters so many times that this is an autopilot Jim Lee effort. Who do you think from Marvel Universe could beat Homelander? Without going like cosmic entities, you know? Because obviously Silver Surfer probably. Who could beat Homelander? Because I wouldn't want to think, okay, there's the Homelander-esque characters, like there's Gladiator, from like the X-Men universe. Who else? I mean, you could put Thor up against him maybe, but I don't know if Thor could beat him. Depends on who's writing, I guess. Depending on who's writing, Thor could, defeat Iron Man or get destroyed. Who knows? I don't know. Now, if I was going to pick like 5 like Spider-Man level heroes maybe that could defeat Homelander, if we were doing like a HeroClix, I don't know if you're familiar with HeroClix, but like each character has a numerical like value. And so if Homelander comes in at like a 300 point figure, Spider-Man would be like 90 points. I think the whole Fantastic Four would have a hard time defeating Homelander. I think if Reed Richards has prep time, then the Fantastic Four could do it, but it would be high difficulty. Like the Thing would come out with freaking missing a limb or something. Like Johnny Storm might not make it. But maybe they could pull it off. Could the X-Men defeat Homelander? Like the generic, could X-Men 97 team defeat Homelander? Probably not. If he takes Rogue out, like the only hope, their biggest hope they would have is if Rogue gets her hands on him. Yeah, Suicide Squad versus Homelander. Could Homelander solo the Naruto universe, like pre-Endgame Naruto universe? Because I know, like, the power scaling just shoots through the roof towards the end of that series. Like around the time of the Pain fight, maybe? Homelander just flies through the freaking frog. I'm going to do something real quick. Sometimes it feels like my elbow needs to click back into place. I've been drawn for a while. Could the One Piece universe, could Homelander solo the One Piece universe? No, I actually don't think he could. I don't think he could take out Akainu, the Lava Man. How exactly does that cape look? Coming around there. If it's just sort of billowing out like that. I should do a study on capes. I should get way better at drawing capes. I gotta like channel my inner Todd McFarlane and just say, hey, it doesn't need to make sense. It don't need to make complete sense. Because before Gear 5, I think he could easily take Luffy. Just laser vision. Well, not necessarily. Because if Luffy has clairvoyance, he has the future sight, if he's of calm mind, he's going to be resistant to all physical damage, because unless Homelander unlocks Haki mid-fight or something, but would he be able to damage Homelander? I don't believe. Well, if it's Wano Luffy and he's using Rio, then you're exploding Homelander from the inside. And we've seen from the freaking Queen Maeve sticking the thing in his ear that his inside is vulnerable. So actually, I think Luffy would beat the fuck out of Homelander. The more I think about it, when you work in the Haki aspect of it, where Luffy can now negate physical damage resistance, then Homelander's done for. Homelander's speed is the only thing saving him at that point. But actually, his speed might put him over the top. Sanji could take him at that point, though. Is Sanji that fucking fast, though? Is he super speed? Well, yeah, they are kind of super. Well, it's because in the cartoon, they'll show him like, oh, he's disappeared. Like, he's moving so fast, you can't perceive him. But then again, like, Homelander would be able to perceive him. Homelander would probably be moving way faster than him. It's kind of like in Dragon Ball Z, where it's like, no. Like in Dragon Ball Z, they say they're moving faster than light in Dragon Ball at one point. But does that literally mean he's moving faster than light, or is that somebody just being hyperbolic? Because at every step of that series, somebody is moving faster than other people can perceive. And it just escalates, just continuously escalates. Yeah. But I remember those arguments, like when I was like 15, 16. This was like what, 2002? Arguing with people, and they're bringing up facts from Dragon Ball where it's like, dude, he blew up the moon. But I'm like, okay, the Earth didn't spin out of orbit. How big was that moon? How big is the moon on Dragon Ball's world? It's not Earth. It's not our Earth. Piccolo didn't fuck up the entire planet, destroying the moon. I mean, obviously Toriyama's not thinking that scientifically about this. But that's what they bring up whenever I see posts about how like Krillin could solo the entire One Piece universe. Krillin could solo everyone in Naruto. Like, actually, everyone in Naruto, probably. But, yeah, don't sleep on Krillin. Does he have a cape? Yes, that version has a cape. I think he's updated it, though. I don't think he currently has a cape, does he? I'll give him a cape here. I'll give him a cape here, and then that'll be less background that I have to draw. Got some more of this stuff. Carefully crafted with delicious all-natural juices and real THC. This stuff is great, man. I might just never smoke this again. I'm about to have a case of this shipped out to me. This is Cycling Frog Sparkling Seltzer, THC infused seltzer. And someone came into the bar the other day and was like, asking me if I had tried it. I'm like, nah, they got that. What? They're already allowed to sell that stuff? Because it's after Labor Day is when we're going to be able to purchase it at the store here in Ohio. He looks really defiant here. John does. Should he look more helpless? Should he look more like, holy shit, what did I get myself into? Where's Dad? Have some like tears welling up in his eyes. He had fight in him a second ago. Now he's way in over his head. Yeah. Let me go, I'll suck your dick. I'll suck your dick. No. Or yes. Yes. Homelander done kidnapped my son. Made him suck his dick. Done bullocks my wife. Does he have it? Okay, yeah. Meh, I'll keep it. It's the Daily Planet. The Daily Planet. It's another Superman movie coming out now, too. And I can't tell if it looks awful or not. I'll be honest. There are times where I see like parts of it and I'm like, what is happening here? Like I saw Guy Gardner's costume, Hawk Girl's costume, and it looks like they both work for Ted Kord in this story. They're wearing like similar outfits. Yeah, dude. James Gunn is making a new Superman movie. I think it's called Superman. And they're making it like the storyline is that there's already superheroes, because typically, bless them for doing something different once again. Because usually a Superman movie, it's just Superman, and he's like the first hero. They play into that idea that Superman's the first superhero. But this one is like there's a bunch of other heroes already around, but they're more like okay with killing, taking lives. Yeah, and then he comes around and he's more about, hey, maybe we should be cool. Maybe we should be nice. He's a more aspirational hero in comparison to his surroundings. Which it makes sense that they would pick Guy Gardner to be the Green Lantern. And maybe even Guy Gardner being the Green Lantern is the reason everybody else is like that. Because it can be like, oh, he's the Green Lantern of this sector. Green Lanterns are kind of like the official superheroes for the whole damn universe, And I think it'd be cool if he was just like the leader of like a Justice League International type outfit that would get dissolved by the end of the movie, and they would have like the Super Friends basically. Like Superman would be the new leader. They'd get rid of Ted Kord. I think it could be good. But it could also be terrible. Daily Plane. Let's try to kind of draw just the impression of the Atlantic Ocean over here. I don't know. The orange. I know all the color. That was like the last big DC story that I read back in the day was the War of the Lanterns, the Green Lantern stuff. If you like the other day, I looked back into my collection, and it's like a time capsule back to 2009. And was it Final Crisis back then? Because there was Crisis on Infinite Earths in 86, and then they didn't have another Crisis until like the 2000s, I want to say, where they brought back the multiverse, the New 52. That was when there's like the New 52, and there's going to be 52 titles, and there's 52 weeks in the year, whatever. And that's when the White Lanterns, they had Brightest Day, and it was in the Brightest Day issue when Swamp Thing came back to life is when I decided, you know what? My time is done with the DC universe. They're going to be rebooting it again and again. My Superman is gone. My Superman started with John Byrne's run with Action Comics back post-Crisis on Infinite Earths, when they collapsed everything into a single timeline and canon suddenly mattered. And my Superman is gone now, because now we got a New 52 Superman, and he was interesting for a minute until he so at one point they're coming up with a new villain for Superman. This is back the New 52, and they called him like New Human or something. He had like pink energy, right? And Lois Lane gets into a car crash because of this guy, and she's gonna die. Superman takes her to the hospital, and the doctors look at Superman like, dude, she's gonna fucking die right now. And I'm thinking to myself, like, how cool would it be if they killed Lois? If they killed Lois now in the New 52 Superman, right? Where, you know, he could fall in love with someone else, you know, or maybe never fall in love again, or who knows? It could be interesting. But they instead decided that he was going to save her in the dumbest way, like a pre-Crisis way. Because back before Crisis on Infinite Earths, in the Golden Era, Superman would do crazy shit like build entire cities underground in a moment. Like, in the time you could blink, the pre-Crisis Superman would have dug a cavern, like a hollow earth, and reconstructed Metropolis, like down to the finest detail. You know what I mean? He was obscenely powerful. So then Lois is on the operating table, and he says, "Where's your library?" And he goes and he reads the whole fucking library, and then comes back and uses his uses his thumb. He's like, I'm gonna rip her open. Forget the scalpel. I'm gonna use my thumb and heat vision, and I'm gonna fix her up. Come the fuck on. You know what I mean? This was a Superman that they were establishing. He was supposed to be weaker. He was supposed to be He was supposed to be more reasonably powered, right? He's still Superman, but instead of wearing his homemade cloth costume, he had a Kryptonian cloth costume that gave him more imperviousness, right? But no, they threw all that shit away, and I remember just closing the book, being like, that's enough for me. So long. I'll be in the manga section, because I was just this was back in 2009. I was like just getting into One Piece a little bit, and it was good times. It was like I felt like a kid again when I picked up One Piece and I started reading it, and I loved that feeling. I wasn't getting it from comic books anymore. But there's like that viral post going around where, oh, I want to see a Superman story where Superman's an actual good reporter and the government keeps trying to kill him, right? But then the FBI can't figure out why they keep fucking it up. Why can't we kill Clark Kent? Yeah, I was up. I've been up to date with One Piece since Impel Down. Like, that's how long I've been reading One Piece. And One Piece is one of those that does like the representation right, where they don't sugarcoat the gender bending sort of deal. Like, it works for some people, it really doesn't work for others, but everybody's having fun and they're just trying to be authentic. You know what I mean? They're just doing their thing, wearing funky outfits and fucking chasing dudes around, like trying to rape Sanji. You know, fun and games. Now we're in Egghead Island, and we're entering endgame territory, and maybe it's lost a little bit of its charm, but it's still good. I miss the slower pace of some of the earlier seasons. Thriller Bark is still my favorite, because I feel like it has the most comedy. And ultimately, it is a comedy. Like, the final island is called Laugh Tale, right? So, however it ends, it needs to end on a joke of some kind. Like, I don't know how, because it seems like shit's getting pretty serious, but I trust Oda to surprise me. And that's like huge. Like, if I trust a writer to surprise me, that's like the most praise I could give anybody, I think, because I'm rarely surprised. Part of me wants to turn on drawing assist again, but whatever. Put some antennas up here on this building. Oh, the real One Piece is hey, you know what? It better fucking not be. Oda literally promised that it wouldn't be. So if he fucks that up, I'll still appreciate the good times, but I will be a little disappointed. Like, Shanks in I don't know if you're up to date with the manga, but he's like, let's go claim the One Piece, right? So he must know it is a thing. And in the flashback, Roger was reading a poneglyph, and it's a story, right? That gave me the idea that One Piece is a story, but I don't know. We're also dealing with the power of imagination, right? So now that we know where the devil fruits come from, we know that it is imagination manifested into reality, right? So there's the theory goes where Roger conjured the One Piece by spreading the legend of the One Piece. And I'm like, I don't know. Because Oda wrote the story when he was like 17, right? And he knew what the One Piece was then. If he was capable of some crazy mind-bending like ending like that's gonna freaking, that'd be crazy. It'd be like, you really aren't human. Like, I'm proud of myself for writing a story that I think makes sense and has like really big hype moments, right? Like, I really am going to take Hayden from a zero to hero. Like, he's going to become like sort of an anti-hero type character. Like, the general population, if they know about him at all, they're going to know him as like a terrorist operating in the shadows, disrupting the progress of technology, because like he's trying to stop the apocalypse from being brought on by people unlocking the techniques from the other guy who died. That's the purpose he is given at the end of the that initial story. If the door is only that big, right? I guess I could just put like little windows, line up some little windows right here, and then people can just use their imagination for what is inside of this thing. Like, if it's a big auditorium style space, right? Oh, the only One Piece you're caught up with is live action? Live action One Piece, I will forgive the cringier moments, right? Like in the cartoon, the Meow Band brothers, the Captain Kuro's like henchmen. In the live action, they were butlers in the mansion together with him, right? And they really tried to make that pretty close to the cartoon. They really tried to make a live action cartoon, right? They didn't try too hard to make it look cool on camera. Like, the fatter Meow Band brother still had his ridiculous like cape and like thing. They were, but they made one of them a girl, which, I mean, sure, I guess, but she looked really soft. I'm like, I didn't really buy that she didn't come off as being very threatening, right? I gotta go back and rewatch one scene where it's like she's fighting Zoro on the stairs, and then Zoro like she falls down the stairs, and then suddenly she took his sword or whatever, and I like rewound it, and I'm like, she clearly could not have done that, but it was pretty good. It hit certain beats really well, like the Nami storyline. They did a good job because One Piece makes you care about the characters, right? It, like, you give them a soul crushing backstory, and then uplift them, because they're joining the Straw Hats and they're going to chase their dreams, right? Because the whole thing's about chase your fucking dreams. No matter how bad life gets, no matter how terrible shit is, you can still follow and should follow your dreams. Have a dream, chase it. But they could have done a lot of things better. I feel like if they just knew me, they could have called me and I would have given them a lot of great ideas, just for how to do the fight scenes, because like Luffy's a rubber man. The Gum Gum pistol, they could literally have him throw the punch and have it go like, it could just be a blur, you know what I mean? But I feel like the way they did the effects, it's like they spent too much money. They overthought it. They were overthinking the effects, and it came out, C+ work, in my opinion. And then if I'm going to break down comparing the show to the cartoon, like Buggy, right? When they introduced Buggy in the cartoon with the Chop Chop fruit, before you realize he has the Chop Chop fruit, right? Because in the live action show, Luffy punches him and like the hole pops out, right? They have it between him and Luffy. In the cartoon, definitely went over the budget. I could have done it better and cheaper if they could have just freaking called me, and it would have looked great. And it would have had more action. It would have been awesome. But in the cartoon, Zoro kills Buggy in front of his crew, and then everyone starts laughing, and Zoro's like, "What are you laughing at?" And then he gets stabbed from behind, And I just feel like that was way better. Way better, yeah, just is. They did okay, though, and the actor that played Buggy, he's great. Some of the acting was really, really well done. And I think the kid that they got to play Luffy was good. But then, like the scene where Zoro's comatose after the Mihawk fight, and then Luffy's like having a heart-to-heart with him while he's under. I don't know about that one. I'd have definitely done it differently. But this is a different Luffy. This is like a more realistic Luffy who is maybe experiencing a little self-doubt, And like the Luffy in the live action, he really comes off like a bit of a psychopath, right? Certain things play better in a cartoon or comic book. I'll just go and do a drawing assist for this building here. Recess this. The guy that played Sanji was pretty good too. At first, I thought he was too big. I thought he should be skinnier, but seeing some of the behind the scenes. That's the other thing, is they did a really good job with the marketing, playing up on the friendship between the characters, the chemistry between the crew. And I think they realized like that was the best thing they had going for them, was just how these guys played off of one another. Could Nami have been hotter? I mean, how hot? I mean, who are you going to get to play Nami? If you hire a freaking Victoria's Secret model and, give her like a bib, like a fake boob bib or whatever, just make it like CGI boobs, that'd probably look pretty fucked up. It probably wouldn't look right. I think they did a good job. They got a good, cute girl. She's cute, and maybe when she wants to be sexy, she will be. But I also know like the backstory of like the editor is like the reason Nami is the way she is, because he was like, she should be cuter, she should be better, and then Oda like gave her the melons, the bazungas, and was like, this is what I like. I was like, all right, I guess I'll draw my ladies hot from now on, if you insist. Here's Nico Robin. These guys got like 2 tables there, and let's say like a long, like this will be one of those like fire pit things, you know what I'm saying? And then I'll put 2 more tables on the other side of it. And that's one of the things, like if I go back to my comic and I redid her outfit, right? And I gave her purple hair for some, like, I couldn't make a natural hair color look good to me when I was drawing this. This is when I'm like, after I was done writing it and everything, and I finished like storyboarding out the first issue, this release. This is the cover. I started working on the cover, and part of the cover was like, I really need to hammer down what the fuck is my art style. Like, my art style only really came together like 4 months ago, and it's only barely like kinda together. I'm still this was the first thing I ever painted like in color, and I'm working out the kinks. Like, I still don't like how that nose looks, but I might need to just get the fuck over it, because I'm not Alex Ross. Gotta suck it up. But her boobs got progressively bigger as I was drawing her, and I didn't hate it. I'm like, that's just gonna. Thank you, Duke. I'm gonna do another one too. It'll be like, I'll have some variant covers. Because I only just started this YouTube channel like 3 weeks ago, so I can start promoting myself to people who don't know me, like you, Duke. Because like, I look at the independent comic book space, and there's plenty of people who they try to hitch their wagon to somebody. Like I was talking about Ethan Van Sciver earlier. He is big in Comicsgate. I don't know if you ever heard of Comicsgate or not. I thought they were pretty cool personally. And then I'm meeting people like who are like, no, they're assholes. And I'm like, well, maybe you got thin skin, buddy. Because they do. I mean, I think they're cool. I said it in my last live stream, like, I don't judge people based on like rumors. So like there's a local cartoonist in my city who I bumped, he came to my bar and I chatted him up or whatever, and I brought up Ethan Van Sciver, and he's like, he's anti-woman. And I'm like, I don't know about anti-woman. Like, I didn't say this out loud because I don't argue with people who are going to tip me. But I still like him. I'll give him an opportunity to burn his bridge with me if I ever even get to know him. I hope I do, because Green Lantern Rebirth was great. It was like one of my favorite things in high school. Like I always loved Green Lantern growing up, and there was a website called the Book of Oa, right? That chronicled all the stories of all the Green Lanterns. It was just a Green Lantern Wikipedia, basically. And I don't know if Wikipedia was around yet at that time. But I would spend time just reading it. But then, like, Green Lantern Rebirth came along, and that was my shit. Bringing Hal Jordan back to life, because it never was definitely one of those people that I got used to. He had a shitty mask. I always thought Kyle Rayner's mask was very few artists could draw it well, and the way that Hal went out was kind of fucked up. Where once again, just like the Injustice Superman, he has a tragedy. I think Mongol came to Coast City, blew up Coast City. Hal Jordan uses his ring to basically bring Coast City back to right through sheer force of will and grief. And then the Guardians come down and are like, you can't do that shit, and like, whatever. And then he takes off and he murders a bunch of Green Lanterns and steals all the energy out of the power battery. And then Ganthet, the last Guardian, comes down and gives the last chunk of the central power battery, forms it into a Green Lantern battery, and gives it to like a Peter Parker clone. Like Kyle Rayner was an artist who was wisecracking, whatever. Like he was an everyman. He was not chosen because he was exceptional. He was chosen at random and had to rise to the occasion. Which, it just, I didn't hate Kyle, but I hated the way Hal went out. And so I was like, that was the first moment where I was like, I had like a personal beef with a creator, I was like, fucking Ron Mars, man. Fuck that guy. It's the Daily Planet building. Staple of the Metropolis skyline. I kind of want to just give like the impression of more buildings down here and not worry too much about like what is the actual layout of this city. Because I could get stuck here for the rest of the night or morning. It's already freaking 2 a.m. Hey, been doing this for a minute. All right. I get rid of the blues and we're just black and white here. Merge those two. And let's just drop in some shading. Yeah, man, get some sleep. Absolutely. Like, honestly, if I didn't have anyone watching me, I probably would have already gone to sleep. Ooh, there you go. He's out there growing food, man. He's going to sell me a whole side of beef one day when I actually have money to buy a side of beef. Oh shit, I didn't ask him to like and subscribe. Thanks, man. I'm literally just going to fill in some like lazy shading here. And I'm going to hang it up too cuz I got to get to sleep myself. Got a big day of taking the family to IKEA tomorrow. Just a little bit of shading, I think, like does wonders. Yeah, we just like to wander around in IKEA, honestly. Like, I don't even need any furniture. Food's pretty good too. And pretty cheap. It's kind of like Sam's Club and Costco, where it's like Sam's Club has the best hot dogs. Not that I've been to Costco anytime lately. Have a light touch with these things. Oh, that feels good for me for now. Well, hold on. I can't just stop. Let's do this. I just want to drop in a sky and erase some cloud shapes real quick. I got to remember to say things like and subscribe. Huh. That's good enough. Airbrushing. It does kind of work, right? I'm a complete amateur, so I'm figuring this all out on my own and just being like, okay, this works, this doesn't. That doesn't look too bad. We came a long way. We came a long way from not knowing what we were even going to draw tonight. And damn, 4 hours. That's my longest ever live stream. Thanks for being here. Thanks for sticking with me. And yeah, have an awesome night, man. Take care. I'll end it here. Like and subscribe.